I told you every time would be different, Debbie. Why are you laughing? Good morning, everybody. Please be seated. Welcome to our County Council meeting on Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. It is 9:30 and I'm calling this meeting to order. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. And if you would now stand for a moment of silent reflection, please.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you please do roll call?
Sure, and good morning, everyone. Councillor Brose,
Present.
Councillor Doncaster,
Present.
Councillor Donahue,
Here.
Councillor Emo,
Present.
Councillor Giardini,
Present.
Councillor Grills,
Present.
Councillor Hodnott,
Present.
Councillor Yon, Councillor Lynch,
Here.
Councillor Mayville,
Present.
Warden Murphy,
Here.
Councillor Nicholson, Councillor Proctor, Councillor Service,
Here.
Councillor Schulist,
UTMG so.
Councillor Watt,
Present.
and Councillor Weir.
Here.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? I see none. I have a resolution that the minutes of the County Council meeting of April 8th, 2026 be adopted. May I have a mover and seconder to get it on the floor, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from North Algona-Wilberforce. Were there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, Council. Good morning, members of Council, staff, and those joining us today. Earlier today, I had the opportunity to provide opening remarks alongside Mayor Gervais at the Ontario Professional Foresters Association Conference. I'd like to highlight the work of the County Forester and staff in bringing this conference to Pembroke and to extend a warm welcome to all the delegates and guests attending. I also had the pleasure of being invited to Renfrew Collegiate Institute to speak with the grade 10 class about my role as warden. The students were incredibly engaged and asked some pretty impressive and well thought out questions. There are definitely a few budding politicians in that room, and don't worry, Mayor Weir, I corrected all the things you told them a few weeks back, so thank Thanks for teeing it up.
Merci beaucoup.
I am very pleased to have been reappointed as chair of the Eastern Ontario Regional Network. It's truly an honor to continue this work on behalf of the County of Renfrew and the broader Eastern Ontario region. I was recently in Kingston for eOrn Business and appreciated the opportunity to work alongside municipal and regional partners on issues that matter to our communities, particularly around connectivity, economic development, and regional collaboration. I, along with other county and municipal representatives, recently toured the Magellan Aerospace operating facility and will provide further information at the Development and Property Committee. This week also gives us the opportunity to recognize and celebrate several important events. National Volunteer Week is a time to acknowledge the countless volunteers across our county who give their time, energy, and compassion to support our communities. Their dedication does not go unnoticed and makes a meaningful difference every day. We are also recognizing Earth Week, which reminds us of our shared responsibility to protect the environment and promote sustainable practices in our workplaces and communities. Our climate intern, Larissa Koulis, is highlighting different issues that our planet is facing and actions that staff can take to address them. As well, administrative professionals today is today, and I want to take a moment to thank the administrative staff across the county for their professionalism, dedication, and the vital support they provide to our organization and to council. I would also like to acknowledge the flooding currently impacting parts of the county of Renfrew. Our thoughts are with the residents who are dealing with the high water conditions and the challenges that come with them. I want to thank both the municipal and county staff, emergency management teams, and volunteers who are working together to monitor conditions, provide assistance where needed, and keep communities informed during this time. Looking ahead, municipal elections nomination day is open May 1st, 2026, and I'd like to highlight an upcoming training opportunity for residents interested in municipal leadership. The So You Want to Run for Council sessions will be held on April 23rd and 24th in McNabb, Braeside, Bonnechere Valley, and Petawawa. The Petawawa session will have representatives from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing available on hand, as well to provide additional information on the 2026 municipal election. These sessions are an excellent opportunity for anyone considering a future role in municipal government to learn more about what it means to serve on council and how local government operates. Finally, I'm pleased to share that the registration is now open for the Warden's Golf Tournament, which will take place June 19th at the Whitetail Golf Club. Staff are busy preparing for this fundraiser and putting fun new twists on the day. I'm a little nervous, I'm not going to lie. This annual event is always well supported. And is a great opportunity to come together for a day of community spirit while supporting important causes. I encourage those interested to register early. Thank you, and I look forward to our continuing our work together on behalf of the residents of the County of Renfrew. We continue to reinforce our why statement across the corporation to cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, providing our community with meaningful support and innovative solutions. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future, and this concludes my address for the session of County Council. And happy Earth Day, everyone, and obviously our Administrative Day. Have a great County Council Day. And at this time, we have no delegations. I will ask the CAO about correspondence.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning, Warden and Council. All the correspondence has been forwarded to the appropriate committee. I will note, however, we do or have received late yesterday that AMO has now, of course, released the delegation request form for the AMO conference later in August. The requests for delegations deadline is May 21st, so a report will be coming forward to the Corporate Services Committee in May with a list of possible delegations, which are usually based on previous pieces of advocacy or other things that have been identified since the last time we were at an event of this size and nature.
Thank you. Wonderful. All right, and at this time, I will turn it over to Chair Donahue with the Health Committee report.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. Good morning to you and to all of Council. Members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Health, wish to report and recommend as follows, but a single item this morning. It is an information item. It is the homes, that is the long-term care homes, 2026 Strategic Operation Plan. Resolution number in fact, this is an information item, but the resolution that wherein committee did approve the operation plans was that the Health Committee approved the County of Renfrew Long-Term Care Homes 2026 operational plan. It was H-C-26-04-34, and the information is attached, Madam Warden.
Thank you. Any comments, questions, concerns about item number 1? Seeing none, could I get a mover, please?
It is so moved.
Thank you. All in favor? Wonderful. Thanks, everyone. And I'll turn it over to Chair Giardini with the Community Services Report.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole, Community Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. Bylaw number 1, agreement with our Quarry Software Inc. Resolution number RCHC CC-26-04-10, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that the Chief Executive Officer and Chief Operating Officer enter into an agreement with our Quarry Software Inc., Thunder Bay, Ontario, to support the County of Renfrew's community housing program, and that funds be taken from the Strategic Priorities Reserve for the implementation costs, and, if required, from the Renfrew County Housing Corporation operating budget, and that County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into the agreement, and the background is there. Item 2, partnership with Renfrew Victoria Hospital and St. Francis Memorial Hospital. Resolution number RCHC-CC-26-04-11, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that the CEO and Chief Operating Officer execute a memorandum of understanding with Renfrew Victoria Hospital and St. Francis Memorial Hospital for a 1-year pilot of the Hospital to Home initiative aimed at supporting low-income seniors by providing access to community housing with enhanced hospital-to-home services, and that County Council adopt a bylaw to execute the Memorandum of Understanding, and the background is there. Item 3 is a partnership with Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation Green Municipal Fund application. Resolution number CS-CC-26-04-18, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into a municipal partnership agreement with the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation to support an application to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund Sustainable Municipal Buildings Program for a feasibility study related to a proposed cultural center. And the background is there, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members.
Thank you. So I'll open it up. Item number 1, item 2, and finally item 3. The report as a whole. May I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. And Chair Emo with your 1 item.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Warden. We, your Committee of the Whole, Corporate Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. Resolution Reserve Reserve, I'll leave it at that. Resolution number FA-CC 260450, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council directs staff to transfer $250,000 from the Winter Control Reserve into the Working Capital Reserve effective April 2026, and that staff be directed to develop a comprehensive reserve policy for council consideration in 2026, outlining clear authority, objectives, criteria, and processes for the treasurer for the use and replenishment of all county reserve accounts. And the background is there for your reading, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, and my apologies, diligent had flashed on me, so that's why I was a little lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, may I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you, Council. We have no consent items. Any staff reports that, no? Okay.
No, Warden, thank you.
Awesome. So now I have a resolution, be it resolved that council move into a closed session pursuant to section 239(2)D of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended for the purpose of a meeting or part of a meeting may be closed to the public if the subject matter being considered is labor relations or employee negotiations QP. May I have a mover and seconder, please, to go into closed? Moved by the member from Greater Madawaska, second by the member from Laurentian Valley. All in favor? Wonderful. We are now enclosed. Welcome, everybody. I have a recommendation that County Council direct staff to finalize negotiations and sign the minutes of settlement with the Bonashira Manor QB 1508 based on the information presented in closed session. Moved by the member from Renfrew, seconded by the member from Amiston Bromley. Any comments, questions, concerns? All in favor? Thank you. And I have a recommendation that County Council direct staff to finalize negotiations and sign the minutes of settlement with Miramichi Lodge QB 3586 based on the information presented in closed session. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Aviston Bromley, seconded by the member from Madawaska Valley. All in favor? Thank you, Council. And now I'll turn this over to the member from Deep River for his FCM report. Is what it is.
Yeah, please find attached my written report from my committee and board meetings in March.
Thank you. Were there any comments, questions, concerns regarding FCM? Seeing none. Thank you. Are there any notices of motion? I see none. I do have a member's written motion. The member from Deep River, would you like to read the motion?
Are you asking me to read it?
You or me, buddy, I don't care.
I can do that. Thank you, Warden. So I guess at this point, moved by myself, titled Alto High-Speed Rail. Whereas the Canadian government has identified the Alto High-Speed Rail project in the Quebec City to Toronto corridor as a nation-building project, and that creating an efficient, reliable, and sustainable transportation infrastructure is essential to the economic growth, environmental responsibility, and national connectivity. And whereas Alto High-Speed Rail project proposes to significantly reduce travel times between major urban centers, improving mobility for residents, workers, and businesses. And whereas high-speed rail offers a cleaner alternative to car and air travel, contributing to the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and supporting climate goals. And whereas the development of high-speed rail infrastructure will create jobs in construction, engineering, technology, and long-term operations. And whereas improved transportation networks enhance regional integration, increase access to opportunities, and promote equitable economic development. And whereas investment in modern rail systems strengthens national competitiveness and aligns with global advancements in transportation innovation. Therefore, be it resolved that the County of Renfrew expresses its strong support for the economic and environmentally responsible development and implementation of Canadian nation-building projects such as Alto, and that create employment for thousands of Canadians, prioritize the use of Canadian materials, and strengthen our country's capacity to extract, process, manufacture, and transport resources, goods, services, and people more efficiently to provincial, national, and international markets. Be it further resolved that the County of Renfrew strongly encourages the federal government and Alto project leaders to evaluate very carefully, consider, and minimize impact of this project to the greatest extent possible on existing Canadian residents and landowners, and on wildlife and the environment, while still achieving greatly enhanced transportation services for all Canadians. Be it further resolved that the County of Renfrew encourages all relevant levels of government to prioritize funding, planning, and timely implementation of the project, and be it further resolved that the County of Renfrew supports the continued community engagement and transparent decision-making to ensure the project reflects public needs and concerns, and that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, the Honourable Stephen McKinnon, Minister of Transportation, Martin Imblo, President and CEO of Alto, Premier Doug Ford, EOWC members of plus members of Provincial Parliament, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus, all Eastern EOWC municipalities and Eastern Ontario First Nations, First Nations partners, and relevant stakeholders to demonstrate the broad support for the Alto High-Speed Rail Initiative.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Seconded by the member from Renfrew. Discussion. Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you, and thank you to the member from Deep River for bringing us forward. I certainly think it allows for a more reasoned conversation with all of the communities, and it also demonstrates the seriousness of this decision to proceed with this kind of project. I should note the Rideau Canal and the Trent Severn Waterways are both projects that were engineered some time ago and may have disrupted some communities and water courses and whatever. However, now we cherish those projects and look fondly upon them and hold them in great reverence as nation-building projects. I also should note the rail system across Canada, however diminished it has become, was as well a nation-building project. And finally, I would note the St. Lawrence Seaway was not always able to accommodate the large ships that are so vital to our commerce and our future. So I think this motion allows a calmer, slower, more involved review of the process, and I'm glad that it encourages that. So thank you to the member.
Thank you. Member from Amiston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. In a similar vein to Councillor Emo, what I appreciate of this resolution over the prior one that we had given consideration to is that it flips the tone. That is to say that this one is supporting the proposal, the project, but it is also recognizing the challenges and that these challenges must be addressed by the proponent Alto, by the federal government. These projects that are, I believe they are considered of a class of national interest projects. You probably, council, and for those who are watching, you are probably hearing often it is given consideration towards pipelines or perhaps even a rail service to a Hudson's Bay port. These are going to be critical in the new paradigm that we find ourselves in with international relations, international trade, becoming less reliant on the United States, which has had an outsized weighting. It makes absolute sense how the United States has come to occupy that space given its proximity to us, but we are currently experiencing what the shortcomings are and what we are exposed to, the risks that we must recognize, and this is part of that. It does not obviate the need for a project, this or any other national interest project, to recognize the environment, the flora, the fauna, and of course us humans being part of that it must recognize the impact to our lands that we have. In relation to Councillor Emo's suggestion of the waterways, an entirely different time. I dare say that the population of Canada was a fraction of what it is now at the time that some of those projects were being developed. But I recognize perhaps a more recent one might be the McDonald-Laurier Freeway, or the McDonald-Cartier Freeway, rather, commonly known as the 401. I'm sure that was eminently disruptive. When one is traveling down the 401, one sees where roads are dead-ending. Every road doesn't go across the 401. Some go under, some do not. But I recognize the challenge here is that we must demonstrate from the get-go that we can do these national projects appropriately and give careful and meaningful consideration to the impact on all of us and all of our natural surroundings. But I like the fact that this is expressing support for this in principle, but it must be done right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? So I would just say that the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus was not against this project. They were against the way it was being done and the lack of transparency. And I will go to the second last paragraph that I wish was beefed up just a bit. I think that you do have the feeling, but the duty to consult, the meeting with some of these municipalities, with landowners, it has not been done in a thoughtful way at all. And in fact, when you have to sign an NDA just to have members from Alto come and speak to you, and there can be no more than 2 people in the room. I don't know. There were all sorts of parameters that different members were talking about. I think that this wasn't well defined as a project that would be beneficial. I think they just, it sounds like, and again, I wasn't involved, it doesn't even kiss the County of Renfrew, but they all agreed that this might be a good project, but the way it was being done was just lousy. So in any case, was there anything further? Member from Renfrew.
Yes, I don't normally ask for this, but can I have a recorded vote, please?
Yep. Everybody's going to hang on.
Go ahead.
Oh, I can go? Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
Councillor Emo?
I'm in favor.
Councillor Giardini?
In favor.
Councillor Grills?
In favor?
Councillor Hodnott?
In favor.
Councillor Lynch?
In favor.
Councillor Mayville?
In favor.
Warden Murphy?
I'm not thrilled with how it's written, but I'll be in favor as a nation-building project.
Councillor Service?
In favor.
Councillor Schulist?
In favor.
Councillor Watt?
In favor.
Councillor Weir?
Opposed.
Councillor Bros?
In favor.
Councillor Doncaster?
In favor?
And Councillor Donahue.
In favor.
And the motion carries 172 to 16.
Thank you. All right, are there any announcements? I see none. Is there any new business? Again, seeing none. I have a resolution that the bylaws listed be deemed read 3 times and passed. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Petawawa, second by the member from Arnprior. All in favor? And I have a resolution that bylaw 4126, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on April 22nd, 2026, be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, second by the member from Laurentian Valley. All in favor? Thank you. And I have a resolution that County Council adjourn at 10:09 p.m. or a.m. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Deep River, second by the member from Greater Madawaska. All in favor? And we are adjourned, and we'll resume at 10:30 with the Operations Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this Operations Committee for April 22nd, 2026 to order. Ms. Van Starkenburg, has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 4, adoption of the minutes. I would entertain a motion, the recommendation that the minutes of the March 25th, 2026 meeting be approved. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards, seconded by the member from North Algona, Wilberforce. Comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. I would entertain a motion that the closed minutes of the March 25th, 2026 meeting be approved. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Bonacieux Valley. If there's any significant comments or questions, we may have to move into closed. Seeing none, I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Now, we will move on to, we have no delegations or presentations listed. Communications, the one item that and the recommendation is received for information. And then we'll move on to
If I may, Chair, just to
sorry.
bring attention to this communication, sorry, through you, Chair. So this was a letter sent to us from the Municipal Engineers Association in support of the province adopting the Ontario OPSS, Ontario Provincial Standard Specifications. So what happened here was the Ministry of Municipal Affairs sent out a survey to all municipalities in Ontario, asking if we do use the OPSS, which is the standard for all road building, water, sewer construction, that sort of thing. Of course, the County Renfrew, we do use that. So then we received a follow-up letter from the municipal engineers asking for support. So basically what they're saying is not all communities in Ontario are following the provincial standards. So what they would like to see is, obviously, is everybody follows the same standards. Obviously, the larger cities have their own individual standards, but this was a letter just to support the Municipal Engineers Association. So we're going to bring it back and look through it, and then we'll come forward. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for that. I meant to flip that over to you, and I mean specifically on the road conditions. It's something that we've actually been advocating to the Ministry of Transportation for a number of years. So it kind of aligns with some of the philosophies that we've had here at the County of Renfrew. Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a comment, but first a question for clarity. I'm pretty sure that I heard Mr. Perkins say that it was the Ministry of Municipal Affairs sent this out. I'm assuming it was the MTO?
I thought it came from MTO, but Mr. Perkins.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'll check back, make sure which ministry it was from. I thought it was from, the actual survey came from either infrastructure or from municipal affairs, one of the two, because it was dealing with municipal infrastructure, but I'll confirm.
Infrastructure, excuse me, Mr. Chair, infrastructure certainly would seem intuitive as well. So this actually came, our Public Works Supervisor, Mr. Steve Wazinski, brought this to our council and Abbotston Bromley at our most recent meeting as well. And my concern here, articulated certainly by Mr. Perkins, was we do not engineer all of our roads in Abbotston Bromley, nor do I have a desire to engineer all of my roads in Abbotston Bromley. Our capital program, I anticipate, would be substantially higher than it is now. The other thing that jumped out at me from the engineers' correspondence or information was, once again, this seems to be decision-based evidence making. They, throughout their correspondence, are identifying no problem has yet been identified that we are trying to address. This seems to be solution in search of a problem. it's essential that there be a rationale provided, because once again, this speaks, certainly within my municipality, of our ability to pay. I am in the back of my mind, because my antennae are always up. I am wondering if this has something to do with the correspondence that the Ministry of Infrastructure would have been receiving on OSIF, and how arcane and opaque their formulas seem to be across how they're funding infrastructure in Ontario. It seems to be all over the map. Our own municipality in the first 2 years had the maximum reduction. I think it was 11% was the most you could go down, and we in fact went down. I believe the county was the same. I think that we got off lightly for 2026, as it only decreased by 8% for 2026, and once again, I think that the county was similar. So I don't know what's behind this, but neither does the Engineers Association seem to have any idea what's behind this. And I have an overarching concern that a uniformity across the province, you never go to the lowest common denominator. In these situations, it is almost always the highest common denominator, or higher. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And there is, within there, and certainly in the discussions that we've had around having the ability to have exclusions and exceptions that are locally based decisions that that make it more relevant, so that one size doesn't fit all. The one thing that is missing that we've been at is the funding of this type of program. However, with standardization, then it's measurable. So similarly to, you know, by using that standardization and our FIRs, the province could come up with a funding formula very easily. You know, so it is possible. I think, Mr. Perkins, did you have something further?
Oh, yes, thank you, Chair, and through you. Sorry for the confusion which ministry it came from. It did come from the Ministry of Transportation, but it's from the Municipal Standards Harmonization Office, Standards and Contracts Branch, Transportation Infrastructure Management Division, Ministry of Transportation, Ontario Public Service. That's where it came from. So sorry for just saying it was a Ministry of Municipalities or Infrastructure, but yeah, that's where the actual survey originated from.
Thank you for that. Member from Renfrew.
Thank you. I don't want to be dismissive, because I share some of the comments from the Engineers Association, but I'm not interested in getting in a pillow fight, in the middle of the pillow fight between the engineers and the province of Ontario. You know, I think in fairness to the province, they may not have communicated what the problem was. But the problem, as we've identified consistently through County of Renfrew, and also through past efforts by Roma and AMO, have been that there is not equity in funding allocations. It's not based on performance. It's not based on standards that are similar across all 444 municipalities. So to have a sense of fairness, instead of having to cast around to find out what projects were approved or given funding or granted funding, and what percentage of the total project, whether it was 55% or 75%, and who decided which roads or which infrastructure was more in need than mine. We wanted some rationale. So in fairness to the province, they may not have identified in their communication what the problem is, but the problem is it's a desire for equity and an understanding on how to apply for funds, how they are assessed, and what are the metrics going forward, so that we can work towards achieving at least the minimal level of those metrics. So, you know, I think good questions, but if the Engineer Society decides to dig their feet in and slow this down, I have no desire to join them in that pillow fight. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Member from Edmonton Bromley.
In response to Councillor Emo, though, if in fact how infrastructure is funded, and we're all aware in this room of the challenges there. There's no question. But if in fact that was the intent of the Ministry of Transportation, it is an unconscionable oversight that they didn't make clear that that's what they were intending to do. That is our concern. My concern has not been we should have to meet the same standard at Admaston Brumley as the county of Renfrew meets. Well, I don't put a brine down on my roads. I wonder how many of you do. That's operations, not capital. But likewise, I don't engineer every road in my community. When the roads were built, they weren't engineered either. There were a lot of horses with drag buckets were filling those roads. So I want to be very careful. I have no intent either of not being the referee, but in fact of being an unwilling participant in a 15-round knockout between the province and the Engineers Association. But if in fact this is what the province is intending with this standardization, it seems strange to me that the word funding, I'll admit, I don't know what correspondence came from the province, but I know the correspondences the engineers have put together that's in front of us, and there isn't a paragraph that mentions funding anywhere.
Thank you for that. And I know that staff, this isn't the last time we've heard of this, and I'm sure that staff will be keeping us up to date on any progress and how it fits in for us, and good and bad, I guess. Anything else? Seeing nothing. I didn't ask for a mover, so recommendation that the communications be received as information. And can I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Greater Madawaska, seconded by the member from North Algona Wilberforce. Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that is carried. And before I move on to the consent reports, I just wanted to elaborate on some of the words the warden said this morning, that we are celebrating Administrative Professionals Day. Probably should have started the meeting with this, but so I'd like to recognize Evelyn Van Starkenberg, Sue Martin, and Cecile Weingard, that these are the people that keep Public Works and Engineering Group on the move. So thank you very much to these professionals, and enjoy your day. Now we'll move on to item 7, consent reports, and the operations consent report. Item number 1, the capital variance report is attached. Item number 2, investing in transit and rural communities. Interesting read. Traffic calming, the request from the Township of McNabb-Braeside on traffic calming measures and the application of our policy. Item 4, the letter from the Ottawa Valley Cycling Active Transportation Alliance, identifying upcoming projects that will be evaluated for hardened shoulders. Item 5, the Algonquin Trail section, registration as part of the Trans-Canada Trail. Very exciting, and the advantages that it may give us in the future for recognition and for access to funds for the trail, and highlighting the fact that it's open now from Wiley Road west to Bissa Creek. Item number 6, County Road 515 Palmer Road feasibility. At the last meeting, we sent this back to staff to do an evaluation, and that is identified here. And then item number 7, Waba Creek Bridge rehabilitation, temporary closure, and the options that were explored to moving that project forward. Item number 8, winter weather events. Item number 9, quotes and tenders. So the ones that are listed under number 9 were awarded under the authority of the Director of Public Works. You'll see those. Item 10 was a follow-up around local purchasing of culverts. Is that what, that's what it was, yeah. Information there. Item number 11, delegated authority. The following, this item was approved under bylaw 9824. The Siberia Road rehab that was split into three different projects, projects, I guess, and how that was awarded. And you see the capital budget implications, and that's the consent report. I go back to any member of committee if they had any item that they wanted to bring up on there. Okay, then I would entertain a motion to receive the consent reports. So move that the consent reports be received as information. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Head Clare Mariah, seconded by the member from Laurentian Valley. Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. And we'll move on to the discussion reports, and I will pass this over to Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. Resolution number 1 is the protection for municipal public works and contractors, and I'll read the recommendation. Whereas municipal public works employees and contracted service providers maintain critical infrastructure, including roads, sidewalks, bridges, drainage systems, and winter maintenance operations essential to public safety and emergency response, and whereas during significant weather events and emergency situations, these workers act as frontline responders to keep routes open for ambulances, fire services, police, school, transportation, and the traveling public, and whereas municipalities across Ontario are reporting increasing incidents of harassment, threats, intimidation, and interference directed at municipal workers and contractors while performing their duties, and whereas such incidents have included verbal abuse, threats of violence, obstruction of equipment, and actions that delay or disrupt municipal operations, creating risks to the worker and public safety. And whereas the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors, AORS, has called on the Province of Ontario to strengthen legislation protecting the enforcement measures for municipal public workers and contractors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the County of Renfrew supports the advocacy efforts of the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors to enhance protections for municipal public workers and contractors, and further that the Province of Ontario be requested to introduce legislation and enforcement measures to recognize municipal public works and contractors as essential service providers during significant weather events and emergency situations, deter and penalize interference, threats, harassment, or obstruction of municipal operations, and provide clear direction and support to police services to proactively respond to such incidents. And further that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Labour, Immigration, Training and Skills Development, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, MPP Billy Denal, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors, and the local municipalities within the County of Renfrew.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Fairly self-explanatory, but do you want to give any more background?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you. There have been instances throughout Ontario of snowplow operators being interfered with and that sort of thing. And as you see from my public works are always there first, and we're always last to leave. So you very rarely, 9 out of 10 times, you'll see an accident scene or a ambulance or a fire truck or whatever. You'll see a public works official in the background closing the road or cleaning up the road after everything is said and done. So this is just one of the ways to recognize these individuals. In the United States, for example, there are a number of states who have actually declared public workers as essential first responders, so they actually get the same tax breaks as firefighters and police. So I'm sure that'll come later in life, but in this situation here, this is just an opportunity to quell some of the public dissent that's out there.
Thank you for that. Member from North Algona, Wilberforce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly do support this legislative and enforcement measures. We have certainly had a couple of individuals in our municipality who are guilty of some of these similar situations where they're impeding the work of our public works. And in yesterday's information update from AORs, they're looking for feedback from any municipalities that have had incidents, and they would like to gather that information and put it together, I guess, as part of their presentation to the various ministries. Thank you.
Good to know. Member from Laurentian Hills.
Yes, and I absolutely support this. At our council meeting yesterday, we had the same resolution, and we were all overwhelmingly approve this. I think every public works staff has been subject to some sort of harassment in their career, and I think it's very important that we support them as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'm just wondering, with the distribution list of people that are on it currently, we're talking about enforcement. Should the commissioner of the OPP be included on this information, on the list of people to receive this? Just trying to get a consensus from people.
Is that a, friendly amendment? Is that everybody okay with that? Okay, we'll add that into it. Okay, member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I, like all of my colleagues, I am dishearteningly in support of this. It's probably been, I'm going to say 3 years, I stand to be corrected, when we began what I'm going to refer to as perhaps administrative staff or inside staff have really been engaging at both Roma and at AMO. In fact, at one of those two conferences, and I cannot recall which, there was a question from the floor in what is colloquially referred to as the bear pit session, the multi-ministerial, when there was a question from what was in all likelihood a clerk or a CAO looking for them to beef up some of the protections for staff. And there was a resounding applause across the room. So it is disheartening to me that it is, perhaps it is not spread here, perhaps it was just, for the same length of time, it has been prevalent on public works crews. They certainly are ratepayer facing, if you will, or resident facing, so that they would experience this. It seems to me, perhaps it predates that, but it certainly seems to me that COVID created the base, and amongst some people it seems to have created a space or a safe space for them to have engaged in a two-fisted sort of approach to concerns that they have with how municipal services are delivered, which is very deeply troubling that this seems to be in the ascendancy now. Ultimately, I have, whenever there's a ratepayer that contacts me, occasionally we will have a broken plow, which will certainly throw off our schedule. But in the absence of that, when I have people say, why is my road taking so long after a snowstorm to clear, I would say, well, this is the road that gets done ahead of yours. If you go to those people and get them to sign your petition of why yours should now be ahead of theirs, then perhaps we will entertain that. But that is one of the challenges that we have, and I think it is probably best served when it is staff making that than perhaps the road that has more ratepayers residing on it that are making the determination of where the plow goes and what the appropriate routes are. And I only say that is only half tongue-in-cheek. So it is disturbing to me that we are seeing this manifest at that level of how our public works staff are out in the field every day. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Member from Bonaire Valley.
Thank you, Chair. And further to my colleagues' comments, one of the things that I heard last week that was very distressing, because we were chatting about this sort of in the hallway, was this notion that residents were yelling at public works employees, plow operators, graders, about that they wanted their road paved. You get my road paved. And I thought, boy, that's so out of their purview, that's a policy decision that we make at the table. And even, I would say, even with a petition, going from, say, gravel to surface treatment, gravel to asphalt, that's a pretty, important decision to be making. So I would hate to think that some of our operators might be getting that reaction from our public as well. I think it goes even beyond the normal scope of their duties, but certainly I am completely in support of this. And I don't disagree. I think it's gotten exponentially worse since COVID. Thank you.
Public discourse. I'm sure there are municipalities that gauge their service levels by the assessed value of the properties that are in that area, but not normally. A member from Laurentian Hills.
So I'm picking up on something Mr. Perkins said about in the States, they have declared public works people as emergency responders. Is that something that's already in the works here, or is that something that we should be advocating for?
I believe if there are road workers on the side of the road, the police would deal with them the same as they would an MTO enforcement vehicle or a police stop or a fire truck or an ambulance. If you don't slow down and move over to the other lane or partially over to the other lane, it's an offense under the Highway Traffic Act that can be enforceable. Does the legislation it says emergency vehicles? I don't know if it specifically says municipal public works or not, but member from Laurentian Hills.
But more to that is being declared an emergency responder, you do get that tax break. I don't know how much it is, but every little bit helps.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you. No, actually, there's advocacy for that at the Canadian Public Works Association, so they're working on that. And I would respectfully ask that each of our partner municipalities pass this resolution as well at your own tables. I've had the pleasure of doing this for 35 years, and all the public works people I've worked with, they serve with humility. They do their jobs. They go home. They're your family. They're your friends. They're trying to get you home safe and sound. So this is a good way of supporting the ladies and gentlemen that are out there every day doing what's right for everyone else.
Member from Bonaire Valley.
May, Mr. Chair, Lee, you know, one of the conversations that we've had over and over, and this goes to what Ann was just saying, if they were considered emergency employees, would that help out with the plow operator times? Would that fix what I did that delegation for, where they would be exempt, just like tow truck drivers, from the amount of time that we can, I don't expect an answer now, but it's interesting for when we have these big dumps and our guys can only be on the roads. We want them to be safe, but they know their limits. And I will also say, to your point, Lee, there was an amazing Volkswagen commercial many years ago, and it was of somebody driving a Beetle, and it was a big garage, and there was a little door and a big door, and the Volkswagen drives into the little door, and the plow comes out, and the tagline was, "Did you ever wonder how the guy that drives the plow truck gets to the plow truck?" Right? They have to get there safely to drive our apparatus. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Anything further on this one? So encourage all of us to take this to the lower tiers. Seeing nothing else, all those in favor, and that is carried. Move on to item number 2, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair, and through you is PWC 2026-68, which is the rehabilitation of County Road 68, Rockingham Road. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that the County Council approve contract PWC 2026-68 as submitted by Bonaire Excavating Incorporated, Renfrew, Ontario, for rehabilitation of County Road 68 from Gawney Road to Letterkenny Road, Township of Brudenell, Lyndoch, and Raglan, in the amount of $1,082,510.84 plus applicable taxes.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Madawaska Valley, seconded by the member from Arnprior. Some background, or?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And the background here is this project did come in over budget. We had 1.96 964 allocated for the budget, but once we put the line painting, the engineering design, materials testings and that sort of thing, it comes in at 104,000 over budget. So according to GA01, we need council approval in excess of 100,000. Thank you.
Comments, questions? Member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just a question about the contingency, and I don't know if this is what you call it, a fuel escalation clause, or if it's called something else. Is that included within our contingency? And have you noticed, with regard to the current state of the world and the oil prices, have you noticed that causing the contingency price to go up?
Mr. Perkins.
Actually, the last couple of tenders we've closed have actually closed almost exactly on estimate in the last week. The fuel and asphalt escalation clause comes into effect during payout in October. So we're really hoping that Mr. Trump gets it all worked out before then, because the war's been over now for several weeks. So hopefully we'll see how it all plays out in the end.
Anything further on this one? Thank you. All those in favor? And that is carried. We'll move on to item number 3.
Thank you, Chair. Item 3, and through you, is PwC 2026-10, Enhanced OSM Inspections and Load Posting Evaluations for County Structures. The recommendation here is that the Operations Committee approve contract PwC 2026-10 for engineering services for inspection of county structures as submitted by Keystone Bridge Management Incorporated of Ottawa, Ontario, in the amount of $66,335 plus applicable taxes.
Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. The background here is our group does inspect over 127 culverts and bridges. These are specialty items. This is where you would see a little snooper truck that goes underneath and for a number of structures. And Keystone was the lowest bid. In this situation here, GA01 was followed. We do have savings in other parts of our engineering budget. We did have 35,000 for load posting, and we had 60,000 assigned for bridge inspections. And of course, Keystone Bridge Management came in at 67. So we are comfortable that we do have room inside the infrastructure management budget. And again, as per corporate policy GA01, RFP that is less than $100,000 in excess of council approved estimate requires approval. Thank you. From standing committee.
Thank you for that. Any comments, questions? Member from Renfrew.
Thank you. As always, I'm a little curious when the winning bid is 66,000 and 2 other bids are from Ottawa, as is the first one. And the most expensive one is 122,000, and then we get, which is approximately twice the amount of the winning bid. And then the 4th bid from Aurora is approximately 3 times the winning bid. So are we confident that the company selected has the capacity, and do they have a record of successfully completing projects like this? That span of numbers, automatically, and I'm not being disparaging to staff or to the company, that span of numbers always makes me a little nervous. Thank you.
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, ditto. Yes, staff did evaluate this and did go back and check out their references, so we are quite confident that these gentlemen and ladies can complete this work for us on time and on budget. But again, it's an RFP, so they give us an hourly rate.
Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. My question was very similar from the member from Renfrew. However, my question was going to be, are they using, is their cost reduced so much because they're not using a bucket truck, they're using drones, or do we know what mechanisms they're using? Because I know drone operators that do bridge inspections are far less money than the traditional bucket trucks where you have to have a book 7 and a follow truck. And
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Yeah, they've worked with staff from Keystone before. They're quite capable. Actually, Mr. Taylor is watching our performance on YouTube as we speak. So thank you again, Mr. Hanrath, for that. Yes, they actually, this group does have a snooper truck, but they will be using technology as well. So, but they do have a snooper truck. So that was one of the things that we asked for.
Thank you. Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much. This is just, excuse me, housekeeping, Mr. Chair. So the wording here is absolutely correct, and that's drawn from section 9.8 of the policy GA01. But this should be added to one of the housekeeping things. We don't have standing committees anymore. So this is certainly the closest thing to it. So I would imagine that we are still probably consistent and compliant. But that is something that at the next interval where there is a requirement to change or amend the GA01, probably want to give consideration.
Noted. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, thank you for that. Anything further? Seeing nothing, all those in favor? And that is carried. We'll move on to item number 4.
Thank you, Chair. Item 4 is C229, Burnt Bridge, Consultation Municipal Class Environmental Assessment. So the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee direct staff to proceed with a detailed design for replacement of county structure C229 Burnt Bridge on Burnt Bridge Road, 0.35 kilometers north of County Road 9, Bulga Road, in the township of North Algona, Wilberforce.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Abbotston Bromley, seconded by the member from Bowness Valley. In the background.
Thank you, Chair. The background here is quite extensive. Burnt Bridge is near Shaw Woods in Bulga Road, if anyone doesn't know. If you'll recall from our presentation earlier this year, we showed it to you. It's on an unmaintained municipal road in North Algona, Wilberforce. Staff, when it reached out to the landowners that were there, we were proposing bringing a road in from Mountain Road over what was an original road allowance. The landowners had a number of concerns with that, it being that it's a non-maintained road and the hilliness of the terrain would be a problem for them. So staff are now back. We're going to use the $287,000 that was budgeted to do a preliminary design of a structure and replace it. So we did give them 2 alternatives, but that was the final decision after meeting with all the involved people.
Thank you for that. I did get a motion. Just to point out, and the questions that we delved into a little bit were, so this is an unmaintained road that does not access any residences that we're replacing a bridge. Just so committee is aware. Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Well, now that's news. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I haven't had time even, so I just pulled this up on the GIS just to see what the length of that is. It's a very tiny little spot. Ultimately, I don't know, and nor does the report contain, what the cost estimates are of these various analyses and studies. Presumably, once those are done, if in fact they were positive, then we would go ahead and do this. And essentially, I think, if memory serves, given the traffic count on this, that once this was built, that it would become a road, the maintenance of which would be then carried up, taken up by North Algona Wilberforce. I'm not actually persuaded to buy the comments received from those that are using this road to access properties. They're consistent with the comments that we would hear on any road in the county of Renfrew or any road in the township of Admaston Bromley. And I do not find them persuasive from this. I need to approach this as a representative of all of the ratepayers of the county of Renfrew. And this is an incredibly small subset of those ratepayers that are here. So certainly, if in fact this was to be removed and access would come off of Mountain Road on what is a right-of-way, it is so shown on the GIS mapping, etc. I'm unfamiliar with the terrain, but I certainly know the hill that I climb from by the way, it is a hard G. I think I heard Mr. Perkins saying Bulgar Road, and I was uncertain where that would be. In any event, the costs, is there any notion, once those costs for these studies, analyses, et cetera, are done, they're done essentially in perpetuity when the new road would be built? Any estimate on what those would be and how long before we would amortize that this cycle would return to a much different perspective, the financial?
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. Obviously, removal of the bridge would be a savings all the way around. The secondary road being built was met with so much negativity that we didn't pursue it any further, but we certainly can, if you desire.
Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. When I was reading through this, I was similar to Councillor Donahue about the cost of the bridge until I got down to the last bullet point. And it said access to Shaw Woods by ATV or four-wheeler or 4x4 if someone's lost. This bridge has been used for access for search and extricate in the past. And that's the part where I didn't question the cost anymore. If it's going to be used, if it's necessary to save a life, then I'm for it.
Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually found that bullet point quite confusing because there is a bridge across the Snake River right integral to Shaw Woods where the dam is constructed, where there was at one time a grist mill constructed. So I'm astonished why any emergency services would in fact be using Burnt Bridge Road rather than crossing at the now retired dam that is contained right within the Shaw Woods property.
Maybe it was the direction they were coming from. I don't know. Member from North Algonquin Wilberforce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I support this recommendation. We had this subject at our council meeting last night, and certainly both our Public Works and our council don't like the idea of if that road was rebuilt, that the municipality now has to assume another road to maintain, plow, look after, etc., which currently is not the situation. And again, those individuals that have property there, a lot of them, because of the current condition of the hills in the upper parts of that road, tend to use the bridge because the access is a little more gentle and favorable.
Thank you for that perspective. Member from Renfrew.
Thank you. And so I looked at this with a slightly different mindset. As the present roadway is not maintained nor looked after, would the new road that was turned over have to be maintained or looked after, or would it just be an unassumed road or whatever the terminology is? Because if that's the case, I really struggle with and would be in opposition to replacing that bridge for a traffic count. I think the last time we heard was in the counts of 1, 2, or 3. Like, it wasn't a substantial amount of traffic, and so I don't feel comfortable spending that kind of money if we can just do something more permanent. Thank you.
Yeah, so the road maintenance would be certainly the decision of the lower tier. So, member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, just the bullet that talks about the ambulance, and it says it would take 4 times as long to access the properties. But you also mentioned there are no residents there. So these properties, are there hunt camps or other structures, or why would people be in there aside from farming?
I don't know the answer to that. Mr. Perkins?
Yeah, sorry, thank you, Chair, and through you. There are a number of hunt camps in there.
Supplementary.
Supplementary, please, and thanks. So just a question, it seems that the costs are pretty similar as to replacing the bridge or putting in a new road. And if this is a bridge that is not used all that often, maybe could you comment maybe on a forecast of future maintenance costs for a bridge like this that's not being used all that much?
Mr. Perkins.
We'll be able, sorry, through you, Chair. That's what the $285,000 design is for, to figure out what's going to go there, if it's going to be a box culvert, a bridge, or I don't know. So I can't answer that right now, but we will know once the study is done.
Thank you. Anything further on this one? Seeing nothing, I'll call
Do you have a
question.
recorded vote on this, please, Mr. Chair?
Certainly you can.
Chair, if I may, can I just ask Councillor Donahue, where is the other bridge that you're talking about?
It's a bridge over the Snake River that
Right where the alligator boat is in Shaw Woods?
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. Okay, a member from North Dakota Wilberforce.
Just for clarification, yes, there is a bridge across the dam. However, it certainly wouldn't accommodate a vehicle. It may accommodate a 4x4, but the opposite side, it's an extremely steep bank going up the hill. So I don't think it would be very safe to try and bring a patient or somebody that's stranded up there if you were doing search and rescue down with a four-wheeler. Just might be worth taking a closer look.
We access Algonquin Park, and there are no roads, so, I mean, it's, so, Gwen.
Councillor Donahue?
Opposed.
Councillor Emo?
Opposed.
Councillor Giardini?
Opposed.
Councillor Grills?
Opposed.
Councillor Hodnott?
Opposed.
Councillor Lynch?
In favor?
Councillor Mayville?
In favor.
Warden Murphy?
In favor.
Councillor Service?
In favor.
Councillor Schulist?
In favor.
Councillor Watt?
Opposed.
Councillor Weir?
In favor.
Councillor Brose?
In favor.
Councillor Doncaster?
Opposed?
Is this a tie? So the motion fails.
Okay, thank you for that. We will move on to item number 5.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. Through you, Chair. Item 5 is the Recreation Trails Management Plan, and the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommend that staff undertake public and stakeholder consultation to inform and refine the trail management plan, and that a final plan be presented at the August 26, 2026 Operations Committee meeting.
Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Background, please.
Thank you, Chair. The background is here. So the original management plan was done in 2018. So staff want to update it now, of course, with the inclusion of the K&P Trail, and hopefully soon we'll have taken over the CN rail from the bridge to what's the name of that street? Sorry, in the city of Pembroke. So yeah, the draft recreational trails management plan is included for reference and input. highlighted sections, of course, are to change going forward. Staff will also proceed with public and stakeholder engagement. And once finalized, the consultation will be addressed and presented to the August 26th committee.
Thank you for that. I was looking for the place where it said unnamed trail, and well, I think we're in the process of getting a name, and I believe staff indicated there's been hundreds of submissions. Probably some duplicates, but probably some good names and probably some not so good names. So it's coming along. Any comments or questions? Member from Renfrew.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you, I'm wondering if there should be a section included in this, possibly a 6.4, which itemizes the trails within the county forests. Because I believe at some point, we may have to, if they're not already 911 signed, we likely should sign them. We have memos of understanding, I believe, with some groups to use those trails. And I think, you may end up with a need for signage and such on those. So I think it's probably a wise move to go ahead and include that as a 6.4. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
I'd be delighted to make that motion.
Okay, and seconded by the member from Bonaire Valley.
Sorry, just trying to clarify. If the consultation's ongoing, can we not just include that in the consultation? I don't think there's a need for a motion to be included.
I'd be more than happy to withdraw that motion.
Okay.
I was going to say, I already have a motion on the floor, so it's withdrawn. Okay, fair enough. As long as that's acknowledged, I guess, a good point. Anything further? I tried. Seeing nothing, all those in favor? And that is carried. At this point, I would entertain a motion to receive the operation discussion report as a whole. Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Head Claremoraya. Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. We've no deferred reports, any verbal reports? Seeing none, we have no closed session listed. Any new or other business? Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to take the opportunity, as you and the warden have done, to thank our administrative staff, Ev, Sue, and Cecily, and not to mention those three are important to the Public Works and Engineering, but there's numerous assistants throughout the building that help us every single day. But special thanks to Evelyn and Cecily and Sue for keeping us on track. As I said to him this morning, I said that it is Administrative Professionals Day, but it's more like keeping the men on track in the office. So, thank you.
Very well, thank you for that. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. The recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, May 27th, 2026. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Arnprior, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are adjourned. Thank you very much. Pardon me?
11:30 we'll start, yeah.
Oh. When do you want to start your meeting? Development property will start at 11:35.
Good morning, and I'd like to call this meeting of Development and Property to order on April 22nd, 2026 at 11:35 a.m. Ms. Starkenberg, has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? I see none, so we'll move to the adoption of the minutes, and I have a recommendation that the minutes of the March 25th, 2026 meeting be approved. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by the Councillor from Boncher Valley, seconded by Head Claire and Mariah. Are there any additions, corrections, or omissions? I see none. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And the second item, I have a recommendation that the closed minutes of the March 25th, 2026 meeting be approved. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Armprior, seconded by Township of Killaloe, Haggerty, Richards. If there's any errors or omissions, we may need to go back into closed. Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. We have no delegations, so we'll move to communications, and there's actually 4 items under communications. The first one being from the the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and that's Bill 98, Building Homes and Improving Transportation Infrastructure Act 2026. The second item, item B, is the Renfrew County Real Estate Board Residential Market Activity Report. And then item C is from the Ministry of Transportation, Integrated Policy and Planning in regards to the Pembroke and area airports and the Ontario Airport Capital Assistance Program response. And item D is the Eastern Ontario Regional Network Cell Gap Project update for March 2026. Any comments, Boncher Valley?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give an update on top of this EORN update. We've all traveled down Highway 41 and hit... You're going to be so happy, Jason. So we've all traveled down Highway 41, and you get to 41 and 132, and you have no service. And then you get to that Griffith-Denby area, and you have no service. And we know that the service coming up from Caladar into Cloyne, Northbrook has gotten exponentially better. Sorry, Northbrook, Cloyne has gotten exponentially better, but that, Bon Echo area has been problematic. And I am pleased to say that there are 2 towers, new towers going up that should be in service by June. And thank you so much to our technology department at EORN. One is going up sort of halfway between that 132-41 and Griffith, and the other one in that southern sort of Denby, Bon Echo area, which should help our connectivity driving down 41 much, much, much better. I don't know about the rest of you, but when I travel alone, especially as a woman, I'm keenly aware when I am in those dead zones, and so this should certainly help for emergencies, etc. We don't want to have them, but I get Jason's sort of over there nodding at me. We travel that road a lot, and it can be problematic. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that updated information. I'll turn to Councillor from Town of Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I hate to disagree with the member from Bonachere Valley, but no matter where I go in Renfrew County in my vehicle, there's always service.
Gary Service.
Okay, the dad jokes, it's just bad, Gary. Just bad.
Councillor from Armprior.
Thank you, Chair. Just on item number C, on behalf of Keith and myself, it's nice to see our letter from the county being recognized by the ministry for our airports. At least we're on their radar, and hopefully something will come down the pipe that'll assist us. Thank you.
And just to follow up on that, as part of the nation-building projects, to me, this one should have some merit as well. And I think it would really improve the viability of keeping these airports open, especially with the services they provide for firefighters, for, medevacs, all of these other requirements that are part of keeping our residents and our area well supported. So hoping that something more comes out of it, and I hope that staff can maybe bring us back any more information that may provide more detail. Thank you. Any other comments on the communication items? Town of Renfrew.
Thank you. Just looking at the real estate report, noting that it seems that the number of houses versus last year that have sold to date are down. It says 4%, but it's 9 or 10. And the average price hasn't gone up substantially. So I'm just wondering if there's a cooling of the market, given all of that's going on. New listings as well. They note 259. So again, just something to be aware of. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Based on our last committee meeting, we had some discussions about this report and some of the errors we found and corrected in this section. We've also addressed and asked them to come to be a delegation to provide an update of some of the real estate listings and what are the trends happening in Renfrew County. Anecdotally, it's kind of flatlining for this year, but things can change with what happens in down south of us and what happens at Garrison Petawawa and what happens at CNL. A lot of these pressures and indicators may actually look at as an uptick because of the increase of numbers of Garrison Petawawa and CNL. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Township of Boncher Valley, and then McNabb Brace.
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting that Peter brings this, that chart was fascinating, especially the prices. But according to the pundits on hot property on CB24, this year, because of interest rates, but more importantly, because of weather, the market has not come back. This winter has been so long that winter has really affected real estate. I thought that was pretty interesting.
McNabb Brayside.
If I may, I'd like to speak to the Bill 98 item. I think it's A on it. I just wanted the lower tiers to point out to them the wastewater communal systems that they have into this Bill 98. So it's clear understanding, we will move from decision maker to simply a compliance reviewer. If a developer comes in and the proverbial to-do list of here's the boxes of studies and things you have to do and check off before you can move ahead, as long as they check those boxes off, we are mandated. That's it. There's no, we have no options. We have to just simply accept it. What they don't address, though, is the long-term liability exposure, because eventually the lower tier, even though we have no yes or no in the process, the lower tier can inherit the issues, especially if there's a catastrophic failure or something. Those pressures will fall on us. So while the communal systems are a game changer for the rurals areas, they've covered one side of the plate, but it feels like they haven't done a full in-depth of it, because we're left wide open and we don't have any authority at the table. As long as they fill the boxes, we must approve.
Mr. Davis, did you want to speak to that
No, thank you. And it's interesting, like Bill 98, if you haven't had a chance to review it, it's quite impactful. It's one of these bills that impact a number of different items, including the communal servicing of septic and water, including the realignment of county official plans. You'll see in the consent items through Mr. Howarth's report, item number 15, how that could impact our planning throughout this whole process, let alone some of the site requirements for local municipalities. So it's one of these things that are moving forward. We don't know the details yet. We're getting information from different law firms about what this could mean, but the communal servicing one is very interesting. We've talked about this here. We see this as a possible benefit for new housing in the rural environment. However, what they're proposing now is going to be the devil's in the details, how that impacts local municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the communication items? Seeing none, then I will need a mover and a seconder that the communication items be received as information. Moved by Town of Petawawa, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And so we will move to consent reports. And item number 1 is the telecommunications tower in Arnprior. And I'm going to ask Mr. Davis if he can speak to that one.
Thank you, Chair. Just a follow-up on the discussion we've had about this telecommunication tower that the county owns as part of the CP acquisition back in 2016. And not to belabor the point, but we did declare this item surplus. It's not the land, it's the tower itself. When we were reviewing what would it take to do the appraisal of the tower, a little more complex than just a straight appraisal of land. Talking to Jason St. Pierre of EORN, formerly of Bell, more complex. We've reached out to a number of consultants to see what would it take to put an appraised value on this tower. And to make a long story short, it'd be beneficial to utilize a consultant as proposed in this information item, to utilize this consultant to review the tower itself, the physical nature of the tower, then have the expertise to talk to individual telecommunication companies to see if there's any interest with this. And that's what we have in front of you as an information item, just to let you know the pathway we're moving forward, not a straight appraisal value, but more to do with letting this consultant to assist us with selling of this tower. So hopefully that explains the nature of what we're trying to do.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Member from Town of Renfrew. Town of Renfrew, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. I look forward to working with my assistant, Mr. Lynch. Will the appraisal also look at the scrap value? Because we may not be able to find someone interested in it, and it becomes an increasing liability for a tower that's not maintained or looked after or observed on a daily or weekly basis by someone who has liability. So is there a scrap value, and how much it would take to tear it down? Is that part of the appraisal, or are we confident that there is somebody out there that's dying to get a hold of this?
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So just to provide some context. So this is a tower that's being utilized and is currently being utilized by a telecommunication company in the town of Arnprior area, GoZoom. So it's an active tower. It's being maintained by the county with support from GoZoom throughout the years through changing of the lights. We can talk about with the consultant, but if we had to retire the tower, but at this time, the benefit of this tower is an active tower. If another telecommunication company looks at this, it helps them with their process to create a new tower. Currently, when we looked at the tower, it's a 3-pole tower. It's a tri kind of tower if you look at it. It doesn't have the infrastructure to add assets to the tower. So what would happen when we look forward to a possible solution would be a brand new tower to replace the existing one. So that's the background.
And now, member from the Town of Arnprior.
Yes, as a deputy to the town of Renfrew, if you remember, I think it was 2 years ago, we were trying to make a new tower in Armpire. We were going to put it on McGonigal Street, and the entire population was against that. And now it's over near the hydro. We had one installed within days, and it's over by the hydro. So we did. New tower is in place if we want to get rid of that thing. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, and through you. So we're aware of this. I think it's more to do with other telecommunication companies. So I'm not sure who the company is for that area, but there's other companies like Bell, Rogers, et cetera, TELUS that might be interested in having another tower within the area of the town of Arnprior.
Councillor from Edmonton Brumley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And it's obvious you wear a hockey jersey once, and it just stays there, that image. You want to be very careful. So if I'm understanding correctly, then two things, both the response to Councillor Emo's questions, but also the report itself. So the challenge in this is it's not a piece of real property that we're selling. This is an ongoing commercial activity. That this tower is, in fact, does have a tenant. It speaks in the report of potential for the county of Renfrew with respect to fire dispatching services also co-locating on this same tower. So there is a commercial component to this that if, in fact, we are to transfer to sell this tower, it is selling with tenants actually operating in the business as if we were owned the property. Let's say that was a restaurant, and the restaurant will continue, but the ownership would transfer. That's correct?
Yeah. Mr. Davis?
Yes, through you, Chair, and to answer the question, so very much so. It's no different than when we acquired this tower. There were actually two tenants on the tower at the time, GoZoom and Bell Canada. Bell Communication was on the tower. Then shortly after we acquired the tower, they terminated the contract. But we will be taking, or the new personnel's, the new industry that looks after this, or that purchases the tower, will assume the leases also, or lease also.
Supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm not to belabor this meeting, but I'm quite intrigued at the potential future use of this as well. Maybe that's something that Mr. Perkins might be bringing forward at some future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to recommend then, will we take a recess? Well, there's still a number of items, so do we continue or? Yeah, would council like to continue and complete the consent items? It is a hot lunch, so yeah. So I was going to recommend that we take a recess until 12:40. Councillor from Edmonton Brumley.
Move to recess.
Okay, I have a move to recess. Do I have a seconder? That's seconded by Town of Renfrew. All in favor? And we are recessed. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to our Development and Property Committee meeting. We have returned from our recess, and we will continue under our consent reports. And we're on the second item, which is the Petawawa Tourism Strategy. Not quite. Hang on.
Item 2, Chair.
Item 2 is the Ontario East Quarterly Meeting. So this is the meeting that happens at the Best Western Pembroke on May the 29th from 9 a.m. to 1:30, and it focuses on the defense sector, highlighting opportunities for engaging with sector suppliers. Comments, questions? Seeing none. Item number 3 is the Labor Market Group Renfrew Lanark. And this is certainly a change with the local Algonquin College campus deciding not to enter in a new transfer payment agreement. And so Belleville will be now taking that over. Yes, member from Renfrew.
Thank you. So I'm wondering how they're going to accomplish this. One of the struggles, I think, traditionally has been separating out the data for smaller communities. StatsCan has they tend to bunch the information around a core, and just kind of curious about process with this, and will they have a local contact, or will they have local access points? So there's just I'm worried that our information would get subsumed into that. And you're looking at potentially a population along that strip, including us, of maybe 650,000 people. So anyway, I'm just curious.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So very good and excellent questions. We have the same, staff have the same questions and comments when this was announced to us. It was unfortunate that the Algonquin College didn't kind of renew this program. We all know here in this council chambers that it is a specific local kind of stats about the employment standards here in Renfrew County, whether they're looking for education and research and things like that, that they provide a certain role. We do not know what this entails when it's being moved to the City of Belleville area. So lots of questions for staff, and Melissa and her team are aware of this. We are setting up a meeting early next week, hopefully, or the next couple of weeks, to talk about what this entails for Renfrew County. Will there be a person in-house in Renfrew County somewhere to make sure we have the exact numbers what we're looking for? So hopefully we'll have more information when we come forward to the next committee. Thanks.
Any other comments? Seeing none, then the fourth item is the community outreach. And just to highlight that David Waibu visited the Competition Composites Inc. Item number 5 is the municipal accommodation tax update. And there is attached the marketing strategy and the budget developed for the town of Petawawa, which was also approved by their town council in February. Item number 6 is the tourism customer service training. Again, a training session that's going to take place on April the 30th from 9:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. here at the County Admin Building. Item number 7 is the Tourism Impact 2025 data, and that can be accessed through the Algonquin Renfrew Pembroke data site with the tourism workers from 547 businesses. Item number 8 is the Core Business Consultations and Services Year-End Report for 2025, or for, 2025-2026. Some very, very great numbers here on the activities, and hats off to staff who certainly have exceeded the annual targets, as you can see by the charts. And anything, Mr. Davis, you wanted to touch on?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So just as a kind of a piggyback of what was presented to committee last month with Heather Inwood Montrose when she gave the presentation of the overview of ERC. Again, looking at the stats that the province wants us to meet, we're typically exceeding those stats, which is a good kudos to her and her team and Melissa trying to support local small industries. Thanks.
Town of Renfrew.
I believe, Mr. Davis, these numbers were also presented to the minister last month as well. So she was given current information.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and through you. So item number 9 is talking about that meeting with the Associate Minister. So at that time, we did present those numbers to her when she was here during her presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And yes, item number 9 is in regards to the Associate Minister of Small Business and her visit to Renfrew, and 2 of the businesses in Renfrew that were part of the Enterprise Renfrew County. And also there was one visit that they made to the business in Arnprior. And I must say that I certainly enjoyed the connection with Nina Tangri, and she was very, very engaged, very, very interested in what Renfrew County was doing. And she certainly did not shy away from a conversation or try to cut you off. In fact, her staffer kept reminding her that she had to keep on her schedule, which she tended to ignore most of the time. Item number 10 is the Starter Company Plus intake. Again, a good news story here with a record number of 111 individuals that have registered. And unfortunately, there's only 30 spots available. Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick one. I can't remember if this is funded purely with the property tax, or is this program funded from the province?
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So this is funded through the province. It's a flow through.
Yeah, okay, good. Subsequent question then, please. I'm just wondering, we're overprescribed, like you said, 33 potential oversubscriptions just based on the applicants' forms that were provided out. Are there other areas that are underprescribed? Could we take funded spots from another community and use those spots since we are overprescribed?
Interesting approach, yes. Mr. Davis.
It is an interesting approach, but at this time, no. This is what we're allocated for, and we can always make that suggestion if we ever do an advocacy portion, but right now it's just what we're being funded.
Yes, Poncha Valley.
Thank you. Then is there the opportunity to say to the province, we had tripled the amount that we're allocated funding for. What do we have to do to get more funding? And perhaps not the triple amount, but for more spots.
Mr. Davis.
Through you, Chair. So we always make that suggestion to the province, even during our advocacy days at Queen's Park and at AMO and Roma. We've done that a number of times and we'll continue to do that. It's just a matter of will the province have the uptick to take us up on that offer.
Any other questions? Seeing none, then we'll move on to item number 11, which is a Renfrew County Forest article. Just a good news story again that the Ontario Woodlander had a write-up about the forest fire at Crow's Nest Tract and also the professional forester. Item number 12 is the celebration of 75 years of Renfrew County Forest. Once again, plans are underway to commemorate the 75 years since the first tract of Renfrew County Forest was purchased by the county. Member from Poncha Valley.
And I just got to congratulate them publicly in front of all the foresters, so that was a lot of fun. Lacey had brought it up, but you know Lacey, she's she doesn't have a lot of ego, so it was lovely to be able to congratulate her and her team and Jason and all of the staff. Well, Lacey and her staff, that one other dude. Yeah.
Yes, Lacey is very humble and modest and does an excellent job for Renfrew County. Yes, Mr. Davis.
It's just, again, with your indulgence, if I may, I think what Lacey has done currently today and tomorrow and yesterday, actually, through the Ontario Professional Foresters Association AGM and conference, the 3 days here, to bring this conference here as part of her role in that organization and the county forester itself, I think it's a good kudos to her and beneficial to the county of Renfrew to bring over 150 individuals to this area, highlight what we do. I think we are at the forefront. Whenever there's an issue in forestry, people come and look for Lacey's support and the county council support for all initiatives to do with forestry. I think we are the epicenter of the support for industry moving forward. So congratulations to Lacey and in bringing this AGM to Renfrew County. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, Buncher Valley.
And if I may, Chair, the foresters really liked my idea of planting those 40,000 trees or a portion of as a team building exercise for county council. So I'm just saying they loved it.
And you were going to lead that initiative.
I would have.
So moving on, item number 13, legislation changes in regards to this species at risk. And as of March 30th, 2026, that is now in force and the regulations have been made. And one thing I was asking Mr. Davis was how that would affect our black ash stands. And do you have any comments on that? Is there any more details on it?
Comments, yes. Right now, I think what we'll do is we'll wait for Lacey's full and thorough review of the legislation to bring forward. And the last time we talked about this legislation was considering or looking at the black ash implications of what would happen. Just a reminder, black ash is well established but declining in Renfrew County, so this could impact us greatly. But I think the legislation has kind of opened it up where we can do more. How can I say it? More activities within and around black ash, but again, we'll wait for Lacey's comments before making a formal declaration.
Thank you for that. Moving on to item 14, it's the Pembroke Paramedic Base, and so Renfrew County staff has identified an area of green space at the County Administration Building, and discussions are ongoing with the City of Pembroke.
No, thanks. Just to add, to follow up on your comments, Chair. So the Pembroke Paramedic Base is an ongoing concern for our staff and the elected here. So if you happen to be driving down 7 International Drive, we've placed, with our support from Public Works, placed some stakes in the middle of the field to delineate our property boundary. So if you happen to be driving down the 9 International Drive, you'll notice the land that the county owns from the driveway to that space. So early indications, I think we can fit a paramedic base in that location. Whether the final location is at the back or the front, we're still working through that process. And I want to thank the City of Pembroke staff working with us to go through the high level, what would be required for zoning, if any, setbacks and things like that, if we, I think, moving forward with this base. So I just want to give that as an update to this committee.
Thank you for that. Item number 15 is Building Homes and Improving Transportation Infrastructure Act 2026. And there certainly are a number of items highlighted in that document. Anything you wanted to? Oh, Councillor from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Just a request for some additional information, and maybe it's out of Corporate Services Committee, but related to this is the direction from the province that influences the size of development charges, and in this case, an exemption for not-for-profit retirement homes. How do organizations like ours that don't have DCs gain any advantage? We're absorbing those DC costs now. So is the province going to recognize the fact that we don't have DCs? Can we get additional investment for the fact that we're not using those? Not a question we need to debate today. I don't want to belabor this problem, but maybe it can be something that we can talk about later. Thank you.
Your optimism is certainly noted, but I have a pretty good idea what the answer probably will be. Yes, Mr. Kelly.
No, thank you, through you, Chair. So again, this is a piece of legislation that has been passed without the details. So we await the details. I like some other announcements that have been made about DCs. There's another one today about removal of charges for stormwater management fees in Ontario. So the province is slowly removing fees, leaving the taxpayer now on the hook for the improvements to this infrastructure. We don't know the mechanism for funding or grants that should be rolling out for upgrades to infrastructure yet. I imagine they'll be coming. But again, to your point earlier, we'll discuss it and debate it at a future meeting.
Thank you for that. And of course, the other item in that Infrastructure Act is the Planning Act amendments. Again, probably more information to follow. And staff will certainly be keeping up to date on that. Any other questions? Town of Renfrew.
My apologies. The last bullet point under the Planning Act, sorry, second last one, says remove sustainable design. I guess I'm a little concerned about that, given that it's warmer out, it's windier out, it rains more, rains harder more. If you don't have, buildings built to be sustainable, and even just to catch what some might call gray water off of the roofs and around the building, just as for instance, that'll cause problems. So I'm wondering if the building code catches some of that, or whether that's just a gray area that we're going to be suffering from over the next few years.
Mr. Davis, any?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to add on to that comment, I think Councillor Hodnott mentioned to basically highlight for local municipalities that this bill has a number of ramifications, including the one you just mentioned. At the county level, not so much because we don't deal with a number of these items. For sure, official plan alignments and realignments for the province, but local municipalities should be taking a critical eye at this bill and providing comments where and when necessary. Exactly what you're talking about, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor from McNabb,
There we go, sorry. Right below the sustainable design, I wanted to point out that the minister may establish minimum lot sizes. That also could be impactful for the rural communities. I can guarantee you that what he comes up with, a minimum lot size, is going to be substantially smaller than what McNabb Brayside's minimum lot size is for, we're, I believe, an acre and up is our minimum's an acre. There's no way the province is going to say that, which is, we won't have any say in retaining the flavor of our township. We're large lots, estate homes, agriculture. And so, again, it's a lower tier impact. The rural municipalities anyway, to keep an eye on that one as well.
thank you for that. Any other comments? Seeing none, then I would look for a mover and a seconder that the consent reports be received as information. Moved by Councillor from the town of Petawawa, seconded by the town of Renfrew. Any other comments? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. That brings us to our discussion reports. And item number 1 is terms of reference for the Forestry Sector Committee. Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you, and I'll read the recommendation first. That the Development and Property Committee recommends to County Council that updated terms of reference for the new Forestry Sector Committee be accepted as presented, and that the committee structure bylaw number 36-26, be amended to reflect the change.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, seconded by Councillor from Greater Madawaska. Background, please.
Thank you again, Chair. So the background report very succinctly states a couple of items, if I could. So in 2008, we do have a County Forestry and Value Added Wood Processing Economic Development Committee, met informally a number of occasions since 2013 through Lacey Rose. We did have an informal Renfrew County Forest Outreach and Education Awareness Group that met at the same time, and staff realizing that the importance of the forestry industry and the forestry community needs to have a better focus. And so what we're proposing here is to merge those two ad hoc committees into one and create a terms of reference to move forward. So it's a good news story. It's an easing of duplication on a number of items, and that's why you have it in front of you for review and consideration.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Should be more efficient, that's for sure. Councillor from Whitewater.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think this is a wonderful initiative, and the exposure I'm getting to the forest sector, the forest industry in Eastern Ontario, this aligns well to the fact that we need to bring more attention to it, and this is a formal way by which the committee, council as a whole, can be better in a better position to advocate on behalf of the forest industry. The only point I would make is in number 2, the mandate. The 3 points that are listed there are really focused on local and providing the information to the county. Is there any consideration towards, using this industry input to provide feedback on the forest sector strategy at the provincial level, where we could use their inputs to help leverage changes or amendments to that?
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So we can modify the mandate to add that, but I think at the same time, though, with this committee and through the connections we have with Lacey Rose, Melissa Marquardt, and her economic development team, we always do that from this committee. We add the value that you're looking for from this committee to County Council to advocate for more of a forest industry perspective in the provincial level. So we can add it in, yes, but we also have that mechanism in place if need be beyond this one committee.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Item number 2 is the Magnesium Mine and Industrial Park Development Project. Mr. Davis.
Thank you. The recommendation you have on page 49 of your committee package, that the Development and Property Committee recommends to County Council that a budget of $25,000 be allocated from the county's strategic reserve for the appraisal and survey work for a Class 3 industrial park located in the Township of Whitewater region.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Councillor from Bonnechere Valley and Councillor from Madawaska Valley. Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Thank you for a brief background. So since County Council has given the county staff direction to move forward as the lead of the marketing for the mine site itself and the Class 3 industrial park, part of the process is to look at this industrial park and what is required to move this file along. Working off the hard work of Whitewater Region and Ivan Burton, we're piggybacking on their initial look at appraisal values and costing of surveys if needed. And so we don't have a budget item, so this is where we have in front of you a budget item to be discussed and to move this file along. So maybe we'll leave it at that, Chair.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Item number 3 is the contract award for the building automation system upgrades. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair. And it might sound familiar from our last committee meeting for building automation systems, but we do have a recommendation that the Development and Property Committee award the building automation system upgrades to Convergent Technologies Ottawa, Ontario as the follows. OPP Building 410 O'Brien Road, Renfrew, Ontario, in the amount of $88,335.81, excluding applicable taxes. And Renfrew County Place 450 O'Brien Road, Ontario, in the amount of $99,358 and 32 cents, excluding applicable taxes.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the councillor from Town of Arnprior, seconded by councillor from Laurentian Valley. Background.
Very similar to the one we just talked about last month. Looking to sole source these two items because of the technology, the Honeywell technologies existing in these buildings. More cost effective to go sole source it this way. And also we are over budget as we anticipated a lesser budget than this, but to bring it to your attention that it is over budget. We will be finding savings to probably modify some current work in 2026 to delay it or defer it to 2027 to find those savings. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to bylaws then. Tariff of fees and planning matters, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair. Second last item under bylaws. That the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council adopt a tariff of fee bylaws for the applications made in respect of planning matters, and that the delegated authority bylaw be amended at the next update to include authority for the Manager of Planning Services to approve peer-reviewed technical studies, and that bylaw 94-23 be repealed.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please, for the recommendation? Moved by the Town of Petawawa, seconded by councillor from Laurentian Hills. Background.
Thank you. And for clarity, we're not looking to increase fees as the background shows. We haven't increased any planning fees for since 2023. This is more to do almost a housekeeping item for staff. Typically, we don't have the expertise in-house to look at hydro-Gs, environmental impact studies, stormwater management reports, etc. So what we're doing is we're looking for support when we do need to have these items peer-reviewed for Planning Act Planning Act like severances and official plan amendments. We typically absorb those costs in the past. More and more, as you see in the report provided by Bruce Howarth, the last time we had one peer-reviewed, we, the County of Renfrew, absorbed the cost for the peer review. So what we're asking here is to change the tariff of fees to allow us at our discretion when we need a peer review study on these planning matters, and then that these costs be borne by the developer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And
Slowly one this way.
is that it?
Nope, sorry, Chair. We have number 5 on page 54 of your committee package. And if I may, Chair, it's the lease extension for the 450 O'Brien lease extension. So the recommendation, Chair, that the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing a lease extension with Paradise Children's Program, Inc., for the space at Renfrew County Place at 450 O'Brien Street, Renfrew, Ontario, commencing March 1st, 2026.
Thank you, and I did find that one. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by councillor from Admiston Bromley, seconded by councillor from Head, Clare, and Mariah. And background?
Very simple background. In the current lease, they do have an option to have a 1-year lease extension, and we're just utilizing that lease extension. Thank you. Yes, and so that's what we have in front of you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Any comments or questions? I see none. All in favor? And that is carried. And I'll need a mover and a seconder that the discussion reports be received as presented. Moved by councillor from Laurentian Valley, seconded by councillor from Greater Madawaska. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We have no deferred reports, so we'll move to verbal reports. And the first one is the Ottawa Valley Forest Local Citizen Committee. You have the report in your package, but I'm just going to ask if the councillor from Petawawa could just highlight some of the information.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. It's always a good opportunity to sit down a couple times a year with these two local citizen committees, the Ottawa Valley Forest and the Algonquin Forest. As we know, the forestry industry is a very important one here in Renfrew County. It affects all of our municipalities, both with economic benefits and employment benefits. So it's good to hear what's going on. So each spring, these two entities meet to talk about what has happened in the past year in the forestry industry and to talk about the annual work schedule for the upcoming 2026, 2027 years. It was sort of business as usual in terms of the annual harvest this past season. And the annual work schedules for both of these entities is, again, kind of business as usual. We know right now there are some challenges in our local forestry industry, and there's a lot of talk at both of these meetings about the challenges being faced by the forestry industry in Renfrew County. As everyone is aware, there are a lot of pulp mills that have been closing down. Thurso, Espanola, one of the mills in Temiskaming. Right now, in terms of pulp products, the only place that they can be taken right now in Renfrew County is the one mill operating out of Temiskaming, and even that mill is taking a reduced amount of poplar right now. There is a mill up in Dryden, which is not really accessible from here, and there is one in Windsor, Quebec, but even some of the industry reps there said there used to be a dropping ground just over the border in Quebec, and then that mill would come and pick up that lumber, but even that is not economically feasible anymore. So right now, in terms of pulp and paper, Temiskaming is the only opportunity or option for the local industry. It's not all doom and gloom, though. There is some bright lights, I guess, ahead in the future. Holcomb and Roseburg are looking at some biomass cogeneration facilities, which will help provide a market for some of the wood products. They talked about Pakistan being a good market for low-grade lumber right now from Renfrew County, which it seems like it's a long way from here, but it is one available market. And they also mentioned, and this was kind of surprising, but high-grade materials have been moving well, and one of the big buyers of Renfrew County high-grade material is beehive manufacturers in Manitoba. Who knew? There's been a recent move lately with a lot of drone usage, both for mapping of forestry areas and for seeding. So they actually put seeds in drones, and it's usually jack pine and spruce right now that they're experimenting with, which was kind of interesting. 1 million trees were planted in the Algonquin Forest, and 400,000 trees were planted in the Ottawa Valley Forest. So that's good news. In terms of tending, I know we had a lot of talk about aerial spraying and chemical treatment of areas. In this last season, there was 542 hectares that were sprayed aerially, and it was basically in the far reaches of Renfrew County, quite a distance away from residential zones. One other interesting thing that we heard was about Christmas trees. And I didn't know that if you live north of Mattawa and French River, you were allowed to go get one Christmas tree per year free, harvested off of Crown land. But you can't do it down here. So don't get my words mixed up and start heading out to the forest. And that's basically it. If there are any questions on any of the activities, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you, Mr. Service. And the only question I had when you talk about the low-grade pulp, are the mills then currently stockpiling that on their own operations, or are they still finding they can move some of it?
Thank you for the question. As far as I can ascertain right now, unless you're taking it to Temiskaming, if it's low-grade poplar, I'm not sure if any of it is being stored. I have the feeling that some of it is being left on the forest floor because there's no market for it. I could be mistaken, though.
Thank you for that. Are any other questions? Yes, Town of Renfrew.
Thank you. Item 3.2, it mentions bridging. So I'm assuming it says bridging from previous plans. That means that being able to, if they haven't used up the full basket in a previous year, they can bring it forward to this year?
Yeah, thanks. You are correct. Bridging means unharvested lands from previous forest management plans and work schedules, and they just slowly pick away at those past plots of land that haven't been fully harvested before.
Thank you. And if I might, a supplementary. The other, it mentions oak wilt in the report. So I'm curious if we can get some kind of information from Ms. Rose about what oak wilt is and what the impact is, because I think a number of us probably have oak trees in our own properties.
And maybe just to add to that, is it both white and red oak that's being affected?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So Lacey Rose will be a delegation to committee to talk about the forest management plan next month, and part of the forest management plan is to talk about the forest health, and oak wilt is one of the newer ones coming our way, along with a number of other ones that will be impacting Renfrew County forest land base.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? The councillor from Township of Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to build on Councillor Service's comments. As I said, I'm learning a lot about the forest industry right now, and biomass, without a doubt, and I know the staff know this, and they've provided us reports, so this is just me harping to ensure the point is taken on board. We are only able to harvest in our area 50% of what we could sustainably harvest. We are like they referred to, bridging. We are leaving tracts of property that is planned to be harvested, but we cannot harvest more, even if the demand was there from Pakistan or wherever the initiative is, because there is no place for that low-grade wood to go. Roseburg is taking some, Killaloo Wood Products is taking some, but very particular, very orientated to what their uses are. But unless the biomass, the low-grade wood, we find a solution for it, there's no going into the forest to harvest anymore, because you have to deal with low-grade if you're going to harvest. And this is a huge issue for Eastern Ontario, and I'm just reiterating the fact. I will come back later with some other notes. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And certainly Lacey has also alluded to the challenges with not having a market for, or a consistently available market for that low-grade pulp. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, then I'll need a mover and a seconder, the recommendation being that pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the Development and Property Committee move into closed session for the following reason: a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and it's in regards to Kinsman Court nonprofit. Mover and a second, moved by Town of Petawawa, seconded by Councillor from Boncher Valley. We will now move into closed at 1:33 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back, those who might be watching online. We have come back into open, and there were no matters arising from our closed session, as it was just information for County Council. Is there any new or other business? Again, I just wanted to recognize and give my appreciation to administration staff who have done such an excellent job, making our job as chairs much easier and more efficient with the excellent support that they provide. I also want to thank Mr. Davis and certainly all of his staff. I don't want to try and attempt to name them all because I might forget somebody, but again, they certainly do an excellent job preparing the information and providing feedback for County Council. That is it for our meeting, and the recommendation I have is that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, May 27th, 2026. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Deep River, seconded by Councillor from Petawawa. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We are adjourned.